Hey, good evening guys, hope you're doing all well today, as we are going to do our 3-sector move from Edinburgh down to Shannon, then all the way to Paris. And we are here in the 737-800 for PMDG as well. So I hope you're doing well, Jamie. Hope you're having a good evening, pal. So I'm going to get straight into it, as obviously I want to get the aircraft set up and ready to go, as it's going to be 3 sectors. So that's one thing that I do want to get done pretty sharpish. So I'm going to use the top cap to come out for. Got the battery on and everything with the GPU. So we'll just run through. So we've got the battery on and guided, standby power is guided and ground power is on. We'll on the emergency exit lights, get the chimes on and the fasten seat belts. From there we'll get the irises all aligned over to nav, which is 1 and 2. We'll test the flaps, which will be checked. Flight recorder, which can be checked as well. Turn that on, get the packs onto auto, isolation valves open. So if we check out onto the altitude that we're going to take today over to Shannon, as there's a little bit choppy over in Shannon, going for 240 as we make our way over. So I will be in the chat soon, as I'm not going to be there just yet. I'm just going to get the aircraft all ready and set to go. So the position lights on. We'll go down into the FMC, go down onto Navigraph as well, as we don't have the EFB to get the aircraft all prepared. I hope you're doing well, my man. Keep your chin up, pal. We're here tonight for the stream, so hope you enjoy it. So we've got the flight all done. Let's get a new flight in as well. Let's just open this up just a little bit more. There we go. So put a new flight in, go to manual. Don't know if you can hear the inside of the cockpit. I'll sort it out if you can't just before we do go. So Echo Golf Papa Hotel, which is going to be in, and we're coming for Echo India November, which is going to be for Shannon. So we'll create that up. That'll give us our new split for the flight as we ride through. So on for the departure. Open up the charts. I'm going to go for our taxis. I don't know why it's so big for. Let's open it up a little bit more. There we go. So on for the airport. I'm going to take that in. We're just down right here by Foxtrot. So we're not too far, and we're going to be going out for 2-4. So we've got the top cap performance as well. On for the SID coming out today. We're going to be taking the Gosm 1 Charlie. So we'll go get the Gosm 1 Charlie as well, which is right here. So the Gosm 1 Charlie, we'll leave out 2-4 and then carry it all past the NDB 368 of the Uniform Whiskey, and then we'll take that all the way to Gosm from Maviv. So that's alright for us there. So we've got them starred. Now we'll just basically go and get our arrival in as well. We'll check that out, see what the arrival's saying for us down in Shannon. It's a bit choppy down in Shannon. I did do a little flight down into there and it was pretty choppy on the departure. So on for the star down into Shannon, we've got the Digen 2 Delta. So what one's this? There we go. So we want the Digen 2 Delta. Digen. So from Digen we rocket off at Lugano at 6,000 above. Derek Max 220. So that'll probably be the transition for Derek. And then we come in for 2-4, which is going to be right here. So there's Derek. Then we just go direct straight in, which is fine. So that is pretty much us all ready to come in, straight from Derek, 11 DME from Shannon, and then start that 3-degree glide path down at Rosrow, which is 9.4 DME from the localizer. So pretty straightforward. I'll leave that there for now. Go and get the aircraft all ready. So go and get the IRS position, which is going to be set. So we've got Echo Golf Papa Hotel, which is in. Go to the left GPS. Punch that through, which is fine. I'm going to get some of our panels all lit up before we do go. Light up just a little. That's fine. And then we'll go and get everything in all ready to go. Okay, that's great. So we'll request the perf coming out at 67 tons. We've got the top cap performance as well, so we've got a flex temp as well as we leave, which shouldn't be too bad. So after we request that off, we'll just wait for that to load, and then we can shoot out. 240 going in on the altitude. I don't know if it did request. but if not, gross weight 67 and 7.6, reserves of 1, cost index today leaving out is going to be 17. So if it doesn't want to initiate it, we'll just do it ourselves. For the top cap performance, leaving out for 67, we've got 43, and it's going to be full takeoff. So 43, which is in. 94.6, we need 93.3, which is fine. We'll take a climb 1. On for takeoff, we've got flaps 5. Actually, I'm not going to put flaps 5 in just yet. Let's go in and get the runway winds. So runway winds are leaving out at 20011. Okay, which is checked. Acceleration height. Reduction's 1500, yeah, that's fine. Right there, the runway slope, which is up 0.2. Okay, oops. There we go. Okay, it says up 0.2. Coming in for flaps 5. We should get all of our speeds in. Not sure why, probably didn't activate anything. Probably not, probably because I didn't put the routing in. But we'll get that all in now, so Echo Golf, Papa Hotel. I was wondering why. We're coming in for Echo India, November. Departure, as we said, we're leaving out of 24, and we've got the Gosic, which I think is the Charlie, which we're leaving out of. The Gosic 1 Charlie, okay, which is fine. Going to our routes. Then from Gosic to Gosam, we're then going to take the Papa 600, which will take us to Tango Romeo November. From there we've got Nimnat. Then from Nimnat we've got Dublin. From Dublin we then got Peleg. From Peleg we then got the Dijon. That's going to leave us in for the arrival for the Dijon 2 Delta. It says the Dijon 2 Delta, ILS24, and we're going to go straight in direct from there. So we'll activate that up, take on everything's all done, 136, 141 and 148, which should be checked. Everything overhead now can be checked. Get the 1 pump in, we'll start the APU up, get it all fired and ready to leave. So we go to ground power, which is set. And the aircraft's pretty much now all ready to go. There's not really much else to do, so that is us. Let's get the APU, I'll switch everything else, get the yaw dampers and everything alive, get the flight directors on, which are checked. Going up for 240. Okay, which is also set. QNH's leaving out of a lovely Edinburgh today is 1015. Okay, they're cross-checked for both sides, so they're doing them at the same time. We said 148 was for V2, and V2 plus 20 will be a 168. So there's 148, which is set. Also, brake can be RTO. APU is now ready to come over. So 1 and 2, which is checked. Get the yaw damper in. Get all of the pumps on. Electric hydraulics. Probes will come on afterwards. APU gen, which is checked. Should now be able to test the stalls. There's 1, not sure if number 2 will come on just yet. And that is us pretty much all ready and set to leave now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to be going to the left. So we'll get the tug, we'll get all the ground services to release. We don't need the ground power. Doors should shut. There we go, release the doors. And then we are literally just waiting for the tug to leave. So I hope you guys are having a great weekend, or should I say a great weekday, as we're on there on Monday. And get ready for some Ryanair action. So doors are all shut. We're all ready to go. The chucks should be gone as well. Let me just make sure the chucks are gone. And we can actually leave and get out on time. So I'd say everything's off now. Well, Shannon's actually quite a really nice airport. Haven't actually even looked at it. Haven't even flown there before, so that's another one that we've got set, ready to go. So that'll be something new for us to try out today. So Shannon is a really nice airport. It's a bit choppy down there, so you get a run for your money, definitely on that front. I don't know why the brakes are never set on this either. There we go. Okay, so packs are off, isolation valves open, APU bleed, get the engine bleeds off. Okay, parking brakes which can be off, which are checked. Paris, it's not Charles de Gaulle. I'll check in a second, I'll let you know. So we go for engine number 2, let's just switch it back. There we go, so we go to ground. These start valves open, N2 slowly increasing, all pressure and temps are coming to life, 25% will inject fuel, and we'll see EGT start to increase, 63% N2, again then switch over the gen. No, it's not Orly, I'll check in a second, and I'll let you know. Okay, so there's 20%, there's number 2 coming in. EGT will start to rise now. And engine number 2 is now coming to life. %, we'll hear the starter cutout come back. Then we're going for engine number 1. 4, 5, and 6. Engine number 1 now starting up. Parking brake is set. Now we've got flex of 41, so around 94% of N1 today as we leave out. Flaps 5, leaving out on the departure. See you soon, bye bye. So the Paris that we're going to Tilly. That's where we're going to for Paris. Okay, so 25%, get number 1 in, which should be fine for us. Get the airport charts. Those will come out, make a right onto Alpha, and then follow it all the way up onto the Delta hold. EGT is starting to increase now for engine number 1. It's Lima Foxtrot Oscar Bravo, that's the ICAO code for it. Engine number 1 now is coming in. Tugs are now disappeared. There's a starter cutout, which is switched over, so that is us all set and checked, ready to go. Let's switch over the gen buses, which are also checked. Packs can go to auto, isolation valve can go to auto, engine bleeds with APU bleed, which can go off. Get the APU off as well, go over to gen 1. Check the recall, which is clear. Drop into a flaps 5. Okay, there's flaps 5, which is set. Once the throttle can be set to RTO, L&F can go on. After our flaps up, we'll see if we've got any speed restrictions or anything on the departure. So 210 all the way up, and then 4,000. So a continuous climb all the way out, we'll be able to see. So we'll just get the trim which we need, and then we can go. So 546. Okay, so we'll call it there. Recall's clear. Oops, there we go. Don't know what that was. That was something on the throttles there. So we're ready to go. So the brakes are released, and we can now start to power the aircraft's throttles. So we'll take a right here, right up to Alpha, and then get onto the Delta holds. And that'll be us ready for the departure out. pretty choppy down in Shannon though, definitely. You will get a run for your money. Yeah, that's it, mate. How you doing, my man? Hope you're doing well, pal. Hope you're having a great evening. So we'll swing off onto Alpha, and then that'll run us all the way up to the end for 2-4. Yeah, that's it, my man. 737 is my favourite aircraft as well, so that makes two of us, eh? So we get the terrain on as well. Get all that traffic, which is set. As you now just blast on out. Get quite a quick taxi out, so we can get out as we've got 3 flights. That's no worry, my man. You take your time, pal. Flight time's only going to be around, I'd say, about 40 to 50 minutes airtime. So it says about 57 minutes airtime, so roughly around that sort of time. I'll set the chrono as well. So we're just going to turn left at the end and then basically depart out. There we get our taxi lights on. Runway tunnels can go on as well. Engine start switches will switch to continuous just before we step in. Auto brake set to RTO. Okay, so just before we cross over, engine start switches to continuous. Got the strobes on, which are checked in the cabin. Time to get ready as we now line up before the runway. So before takeoff, check the sort of brakes RTO, flaps 5, which is set, recall is clear, engine start switch to continuous, packs are auto. So we're leaving out for 2-4 and we're actually arriving in for 2-4 down in Shannon. So we'll see how that fares us when we come in. A148 for V2. Managed to fix the throttles as well, so we've got a bit of grip to them now, which isn't too bad. So we get landing lights which can go on, which are all checked. Everything overhead is clear, recall's clear, and we are now ready to go. So we'll push forward on the column, powering up to 45% or roundabouts. Okay, stabilised and toga. Airspeed alive. Check. 80 knots. Check. Throttle hold. 100 neutral on the column. V1. Rotate. Gear up. So you can see the wind just chopping us out just a little bit. Trim wheel goes crazy, so gear can be up and off. Auto brakes are off as well, which are checked. And we can start to speed the aircraft up to our flaps up. It's 220 max. So the flight director start to drop down, and there's the speed. Just take a little look outside. as we leave a lovely, lovely Edinburgh. I don't know why the trim wheel always likes to go erratic for. That's something that's always happened. So we'll start to speed up for around 2:30. Once we get to our flaps up, we can then get the VNAV in, and then we'll be all set to leave out. Currently heading down to 238. Okay, 238, which is checked. Okay, so speed check, flaps 1. Now the aircraft's pretty much down and out. Get VNAV in. Well, CMD-A can go in as well. The aircraft will now get us up through our flaps up to speed. Switch the engine start switches off. Taxi lights, etc. can go off as well. Flaps up, which can be set. Pass through 5004. We've got some lovely views outside of Edinburgh as we leave. Absolutely lovely views. Weather's not too bad. It's a little bit cloudy in the area. Apart from that, it's not too bad at all. So pass up through 5008. We're only going for flight level 240. There's FMC speed now. It's going to hold on for 250. And on the speed restrictions, 4,500 above, 6,000 for the Delta 262 Juliet, which is right in front of this waypoint right here. Then that'll take us straight through from the 261 all the way to the 226. So always bug your headings, and if anything was to go wrong, i.e. the autopilot side or anything, then you'd have the heading to quickly whack in as well, which would keep you there. So land lights come off after 10,000 feet. We're just holding 6,000 feet now, so we get all the way round off of this left-hand bend, which you can see right here. Terrain is on as well, so it's some lovely views. Edinburgh's quite nice. As we just jump straight over to Shannon. And then from Shannon straight to Manchester, and then on to Paris. See a little wind turbine as we go. Hit some tunes. So after takeoff, checklist, auto brakes off, gears up and off, no lights, flaps are up, no lights, packs are auto, and bleeds are on. After 10,000 we'll hit the landing lights off, then that is us pretty much for the departure, as you can see. Lovely, lovely views of the 737-800 this evening. So we hold the restraint now of 6,000 feet, and then it should be all good. Hope you guys are having a great evening. Don't forget to smash that like button, and if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and join the community. So we've got our 3 legs this evening. We're going from Edinburgh to Shannon, Shannon down to Manchester, and then Manchester down into lovely Paris. It'll be Tilly, Lima Foxtrot, Oscar Bravo this evening. you basically put it into the routes, and you put your route in, put your codes for the airport, you'll put in your arrival, departures, SID, runway you're taking off from, and then from route you then punch in all of your routes, your waypoints, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, that's how you put your waypoints in. You basically just go in, you go to your routes, you start off here, put in your departure, your destination, go to your departure, you put in your departures for 2-4, we're leaving on the Gozak 1 Charlie. Then we go basically down onto the arrival, if you really wanted to put the arrival in already, but what I'd do is put in the departure, then put in all the routing with the airways, and then once that's all finished, go to your arrival. There we're going in the ILS24, the Digit 2 Delta, and there'll be no transition as well, so I raise that off, which is fine. So there's Mavics. So that should help you with how you get that all in, my man. I hope that helps. Lovely views, lovely views, especially with the 737 wing right there. It is a little bit choppy, as we can see outside. You're more than welcome, my friend. You're more than welcome. So there's that left-hand turn now as we bank over. Oh, you'll definitely enjoy it. You'll definitely enjoy the 737. It's a great aircraft. It's lovely and complex. It's not difficult. The Airbus is more say automated, gives you a break over things. But the 737, if you like to be hands-on, then that is definitely something to get. So we shouldn't have any stutters as well. I think because my RAM was running so high with everything going, it was just causing a little bit of stutter. But now I've sorted out the page file. It should be nice and smooth this evening for us. We're going to start the climb out as soon as we leave Gosm, which is right here. Then Gosm is going to take us on to the 217, and that's going to take us to Torin. Okay, so there's 217, which is checked. Yeah, the Airbus is definitely easier in that aspect. Then you haven't got the trim wheel to worry about, no trimming you need to involve. It's all done for you. And it's much more simpler in Airbus. It's a lot more simpler than Boeing, definitely. So here we go now up to flight level 240, and the aircraft now climbs up. Then one speed in, and off on the climb we roll. As you see, currently 10:20. I forgot to put the chrono on, but I'm not going to really worry about that too much. So we've got the ILS-24 coming in as well, which will be something. We left 24, we're going to arrive in on 24. So both runways are 24. Then we're going to head over to Manchester, and then from Manchester we'll finish it off rolling into Attilly in Paris, which is Lima Foxtrot Oscar Bravo. So it's past 9,000 feet now. Get landing lights, which can be all turned off. Engine start switches can go off as well, which are checked. Check the recall, which is clear. And that is us for the remainder of the flight, as the aircraft blasts up now to flight level 240. Those super views as we just roll into Shannon onto the ILS for 24. So we've got the 737 tonight, and then tomorrow we'll probably fly the Airbus and take it in turns to fly each aircraft individually for the stream. Got the top cap performance for the aircraft for the 737 tonight, so we should have some straightforward takeoffs. That shouldn't be too bad for us either. Hope you guys are having a great evening, and thanks for tuning in. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit that like button, and if you are new to the channel, don't forget to hit subscribe. If I was for Ryanair, yeah, I probably would smash it into the ground, but I'm going to see what I can do this evening. We'll see what I can do. As obviously they are known for their banging landings, should we say. Anakin, good evening, my man. Hope you're doing well, my friend. That's no problem, pal. Just in time. Only about 10 minutes out for takeoff. Still got the other 2 flights to come in, and the landing for Shannon as well, which is going to be interesting, as it is quite choppy down there. Check the METARs for Shannon now. We'll see what the METARs are saying. So the METARs down in Shannon. As it stands, winds are currently 190 at 16, few at 15, broken at 28, 1013 for the QNH, 18 degrees. So 16 knot wind coming down into Shannon. So we will have a crack out and see what we can do with the 737. Is it all working properly tonight, yeah? All the volume okay, right? Let me see if I can get the aircraft up a little bit more. There we go. There you go, that should be right. There, can you hear me, Mike? Is that better, yeah? You guys hear more inside the cockpit. So things should be a lot more smoother. I've sorted out the paging file for the RAMs. My RAM's maxed even at 16 gig. So if sorting the paging file out to give it a bit more leeway, if that wasn't going to solve the problem, then I wasn't going to. I was going to upgrade and get 32 gig. I've been checking the CPU and everything, even though it's overclocked, and everything's been running a lot more better performance-wise than before. Even the memory's down, CPU usage is right down as well. Before it was on 100, even with it overclocked. So that's good to see, and the RAM hasn't even moved. So I haven't got no stats so far. It seems to be alright. As we jet off, there's our top of climb. QNH is going to go over 1013. There we go. Oops. They're both set on both sides, so if I hit one side, it's cross-checked with the other side as well. So I just need to set the view back. There we go. Oh, lovely views, lovely views. No problem, my man, take care, I'll see you soon. So we can just see the coast, I think, of where we're going to lock in, then come outbound into Shannon. There's our top of descent. It's literally going to be straight in. We'll just check the plan just to make sure that we are going to go straight direct from Reshade and then roll through. So there's Dijon right there. Then roll in. Yep, so it's pretty much straight in, which is fine. That's great. And then roll it straight into the runway. So that's fine for us as well. So we have got some clouds in the area tonight too, as it was pretty clear last night when we was doing our other flights. Just coming over the ocean now as we break in, ready for Shannon, nice and quick. There's our top of descent, just within view, which is just around 80 nautical miles or so. There's a top of descent right there, which is then ready for us. There's 240, so we are now at our cruising altitude. Okay, tell the cabin now they can release, go and do what they've got to do. Everything overhead is nice, recall's clear, and we are now set to come in. So if we have a look, let's just set up our panel lights as well for the FMC. So we've got a bit of light over on the computers. There we go. So fuel quantity 6.1, so we should have 5. By the time we come down, it's not going to burn a lot. So then we'll work out the landing when we're nearer. If we was going to get ready to land right now, and obviously with the weight, it would take the weight off, and then obviously we've got 16 knots down at Shannon. So if that was a headwind, then obviously we'd knock that down to 8. That'd be a +8. And with obviously the fuel to conversion, it would be 0.9, so we take 0.9 off of that, which would give us 64.6, and then that would then drop these figures, and then we'd bang in a +8, and that would pretty much be us there for the landing speed all set. So we've got 110.95, which I'll preset now, so 110.95, 110.95, which is there. And we can have a look and see the arrival as we come in. So the arrival down into a lovely Shannon. Then we're taking the Digen. So for the Digen, we're going to be at flight level 80 above, track inbound onto the 269 for a Gono, flight level 60 above, and then brake left onto the 237, and then we've got max 220, max flight level 14. That's for direct, so 220 will be 3000 above, and then it's direct straight in onto the ILS for runway 24. As you can see, the NDB's there, which we can just get preset. So we've got the NDB, which is 339, okay, which is set. Trigger that over once we get near. Once we come in at 3000 feet, 9.4 from the localizer at Rosrow, we start the descent down on 3-degree glide path, depending on what our landing speed will be, which I should imagine it will be around between 140, 150. That would give us around about 800 feet per minute. On for the Cat 1, the barrel will be 215 for a 200 foot decision. And that is us pretty much ready to come in. So 16 knot winds currently down in Shannon as we make our way there. So we'll see what it's got in store for us this evening. And then we're going to go straight over to Manchester, and then from Manchester we're then going to go straight over to a lovely Paris. Oh. Well, there's not all that today. We're going to be coming into our top descent in probably about 10-15 minutes, and then we can get configured to come down, and that'll be us ready for Shannon's arrival into 24. Then we'll do a quick turnaround, and then we'll get the aircraft set back ready to come in, and then we'll probably outbound it straight out of 24, and then we'll be coming in for 23 right down in Manchester. And then for Tilly, I haven't looked at Tilly yet, but I will check that once we leave en route to Manchester. Okay, currently tracking the 204. Yeah, which is also checked. Winds are quite calm up here at the moment. There's only about 27 or 31 over on the winds, so it's not too bad up here. It's not choppy or anything. Daniel, good evening my man, hope you're doing well pal. Hope you're having a great evening. Welcome to the flight today. Just in time, we're not too far away from reaching our top descent for Shannon, which is then going to lead us in for the ILS for 24. So we'll see, it's a bit choppy, so we'll see what we can do as we bounce down into 24. That'll give you something to look forward to. So we're not too far from our top descent. Well, currently, as we can see, just around 80 nautical miles before we get ready to touch down. Yeah, the engine views are really nice, aren't they? It does have some great views on the 737 for the wing views. That's one thing that it does have. It does look really nice. So there's us just coming over now of Ireland, ready for us to break in onto lovely Shannon. We're not too far away now, about 70 nautical miles, and then we're going to start top of descent, go direct straight into Shannon. That's not going to be for a long time yet. This system's doing okay for now, so I don't really have no reason to upgrade it just yet. But in the future, that's something that I will be getting. So the only thing this system needs is probably a RAM update, which will probably go up to 32 at some point, but paging file fix has sort of sorted it out for the time being than what it has originally. So, but yeah, in the future I will 100%, 100%. So there we are, we're going to break into that right hand turn, and then it's literally direct straight pretty much all the way down into the runway. If I get a new system in the future, then obviously I'll run it off of the new system. But that's not going to be probably for a couple of years yet. Maybe even that. There'll be new stuff out. There'll be new systems, new GPUs, processors, etc. I was looking at the 3900K, because I wouldn't go back to a normal processor. Now obviously with this one overclocked, I'd definitely always go for an overclocked processor. That way you know you get the max performance out of the CPU, instead of it running at a base clock and then just boosting. So this one I've got it running at 5.2 GHz all the time, where I've gone into the BIOS and actually forced it to basically stay at 5.2. I was actually quite fortunate with this CPU that it was actually it boosted all the way up to 5.2. I mean, it's only a 9700K, but it does the job. I don't see a lot of people running at 5.2 on a 9700K. With the overclock, yeah, I just overclocked it myself, just set all the cores to 5.2, and that was the highest that they were stable at. I put it to 5.3, but it only stayed stable for about 30 minutes, and then after that the system would just crash. So 5.2 was completely stable for the CPU. So let's have a look at our legs. What we're coming down for, 3,000. I'm going to plug that down now. Yeah, 3,000, which is bugged. Alright, 645. Let's have a look at our cruise. Who's this one? 74. Yeah, that'll do. Let's just speed this up a little. Okay, so there's that slight right, which will bring us down to Namnet for the 204. That'll bring us to the 218. Okay, which is set. Then once we get down in Shannon, we'll park up, turn around, and then get ready to go to Manchester. I changed the water cooler. It was a water cooler at first. It was just I forgot which water cooler it was. It's the one that come with it. I think it was a Cooler Master, but I changed that to a Corsair water cooler. One that was a lot more bigger. As long as your CPU's a K CPU, like 9700K, 8700K, etc., then it's overclockable. Just go into the BIOS and then go into the settings of it, and then just change your cores, and then just keep changing them basically until the system can't handle it. But you need a K processor to overclock. So when you get a CPU, say with the 13900K with the latest CPU, the K at the end, that means it's overclockable. If it isn't, then I don't think it is overclockable. You can download something called CPU Z. That'll tell you what your cores, well, what your system's running at the time when you're looking at it. But if you want it with obviously it being overclocked, doing it in the BIOS will basically make sure that the CPU stays at that all the time. and then by running the battery performance to high performance, that should stick it to yeah, there's something wrong with the template. I'm going to get rid of that. I think for some reason it keeps bugging out, so yeah, that's just something that it's doing. Okay, so course is coming in 237. Yeah, I will do for the next stream, definitely. No, 237. So that's that all set. 3000 set on the MCP altitude. Yeah, for the overclocked, just do the CPU, it's got to be a K processor. That means that it is overclockable. That's specifically why I chose the 9700K at the time. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I wasn't that good either when I got it. You know, it was all new learning curves. Even changing the water cooler and taking the CPU off, like the actual heatsink. You know, that had me up in arms a bit, because I didn't want to. If I messed it up, because it already comes with the sealant already there pre-applied. If you mess it up, then that meant you'd have to get some more. And I just wanted to. It did go on in the end, all right. Probably could do with a bigger case. It just about got it to fit in there. So there's our top of descent. It's ready to come in. Okay, so it's locked down. There we are, 10 nautical miles for top of descent. Yeah, that's it, thermal paste. With that Corsair Watercooler, I think it was the H150 I or the H150, that was the water cooler that I got for it, because it comes with thermal paste already applied onto the heatsink bit. I didn't want to mess it up when applying it, otherwise that would have been us, you know. But yeah, the thermal paste. That's what I meant. So weather's starting to change now. Landing altitude, that's what we want to get in. So we can put that overhead. Just quickly. So we're coming for 2.4, it's about for 15, so leave that at 0. That's fine. 237, which is checked. 11095. And we've got the NDB, which is 339 as well. So that's all checked as well. So there's the ADF when that comes in. There's our top of descent as we're going to get ready to start to come down. Get our landing and everything all set. So 53 to 49, which is 0.4, so 64.3. We'll check the METARs as well, reset that, check them down. So for Shannon 190, that's 17, so we'll call that +9 just to be on the safe side. There we go, the flaps 30, 147 + 9, which is going to be a 156, coming down. So 156, be just over around 800 feet per minute on the descent. Shouldn't be too bad. We'll try to, Dan, we'll try to. We'll see what we've got. We've got some pretty rough winds coming in on the arrival. It did knock the aircraft right around on the runway when I had to go over it earlier, so we'll see what it makes out for on this one, but it should be alright. The 737 is a lot more controlled on the flare. The Airbus, the visual reference for me is off, because I don't really fly in the Airbus too much. But yeah, let's land this. So there we go, into the descent we go. Engine start switch, you can go to continuous. We've got the belts on, which are on and checked. Packs are auto, check the recall, which is clear. ADF1 will come in as you now descend through flight level 224. So currently in descent mode now. Taking auto brake number 2. 3000's in on the MCP. We were going to intercept for the glide slope. That'll be around 9.2 DME from the runway for the localizer. It's literally just dead straight now, all the way in. It's literally not going to be much, just quick left and right, and then that's us in for the ILS. As soon as you break through these clouds, they'll be able to see it. I don't know what you mean, Dan. LRM. You have to clarify a bit more. So we're passing through 20,000 feet now. With our restrictions, just get them up. Let's have a look on here too. Make sure we've got the speed restrictions in set. If the template ain't working, then it probably isn't going to work with that either. So probably not. So Digen flow 8,000 above, which is there. That'll be 240. Ogono. Then we've got D-rank 220 on the speed restriction, 3,000 above. Then Rosro, which is 3,000, and that is where we are starting the descent. There's Rosro, 9.4 from the localizer for the India Sierra Whiskey. We've got the 237 checked for the courses, the 11095, which we'll do when we get a little bit closer, and we've got the ADF in for the 339 for the Oscar Lima for Shannon. So we're coming straight down from here, and straight in for Dirag, which is our initial fix. So that's pretty much the arrival in for us as we now start the descent in. Yeah, it has got the landing rate monitor for the template thing, but if the template thing's bugging out, I'll probably have to just change it, because for some reason when I changed the template and added my own stuff, as you can see, like with the gold bar and that, it did make it start to freeze them. But when I didn't change the actual template that it gives you on that Fly Live Studio, then it actually worked. So I don't know if it's from changing like the positioning and adding different things there, but I'll probably put in a different one and see. I don't know why it keeps freezing. I'll probably have to use a different software for that maybe, but I don't have a clue why that's doing that. So it's sending through 18,000 feet. You can see we've got a lovely island in front of us. Just passing through 180. QNHs into Shannon are 1013, so we can leave that off at standard, that's fine. Broken at 2006, fuel at 1005, and visibility is clear. Okay, so the QNH, I'm going to set that back, so I should have put the forecast in as well. Actually, so trans level, we'll just say 600, 6,000, and then we'll get our winds in as well. So we'll just chop our winds in. So if we want to send 302 at 23. At 5, they said the METAR's down was 19072. Okay. Passing through 16,000 feet now. Yeah, I haven't bought the 777 yet, so obviously I heard there's a lot of controversy over the Captain Sim, so I haven't really bothered with it. I mean, I prefer the 737 anyway, so that's what I mainly fly, so I'm quite happy with the 737 and obviously the Phoenix for the time being. Pass through 14,000 feet, all the speed restrictions and everything are in. I know what the stutter you was on about. I had to actually upgrade the SSD, so because I had the sim on just a normal HDD, just on a normal hard drive, you see. So what I did was I bought a terabyte SSD of FlightFactor and then put the sim onto that, and that basically solved it. I think it was the reading and writing of the sim, and obviously with the internet downloading everything trying to process, I think that is what was causing that stutter, because once I transferred that onto the SSD, it literally stopped, and I haven't had that stutter ever since, so that was quite handy. I mean, the little stutters that you can see now, that's just because the CPU's going really high at the moment, so I need to upgrade the RAM to take some of the workload off. But since doing the page file, the RAM's actually really low, which is quite nice. Usually it'd be right up there, like 15 gig out of 16, but it's just sitting around 7.8 since doing that, so kind of did do some use. That was just passing through 12,000 feet, but yeah, that's what solved it for me. Change it from the HHD to the SSD. That's what solved that stutter on landing. I see it was on the stream yesterday when I did it here, but that's just the streaming that did that. But on the sim normally, yeah, just I don't know if you've got yours on the SSD. If it is on the SSD, then I don't know what could be causing it. Maybe it could be internet connection, I'm not too sure. But it was changing it to the SSD that fixed it for me, and that was sort of the problem, sort of fixed there. So as we're near 10,000 feet, when we turn off taxi lights, we'll get our landing lights, you can all go on and checked. Engine start switches are continuous. Tell the cabin to get their act together as we now start to come in for runway 24. So choppy one this evening. I don't know what it's like down in Manchester, that'll be something else for us, but it is going to be choppy down in Shannon, 19 knot winds. So you'll definitely see something tonight. You never know, we might smash it straight into the ground. Yeah, that's what it probably is, Dan, because I put mine on the HDD because at first I only had a 250 SSD, so, and obviously on the normal hard drive that was a terabyte, so I put the sim into that, and that is what caused the problems. So as soon as I transferred and upgraded the SSD and then shoved the sim onto the SSD, that stutter on landing was literally done then. That never came back, which is quite nice to see. Okay, so we can armored speed brakes, which are checked, auto brake set for number 2, landing lights and everything are all on, engine start switches are continuous, packs are auto, recall which is clear, 10,000 feet which is in, and as we come down on our restrictions, 8,000 above, then I've gone over 6,000. There's the speed tape slowly going to start moving down now, as we're going to hold for 240. Yeah, no, I removed it. I literally uninstalled it and then just reinstalled it straight back onto the SSD. I didn't bother messing about, just done a clean restore. That's no worries, mate, that should sort it for you. So just shove it onto an SSD and that will resolve itself, and then you can actually have nice smooth touchdowns. There's a little bit of the wind coming in now. So we'll see what we can do as we blast into Shannon, 3,000 feet. We'll activate the approach. 9.4 DME is where the glide slope is going to start for runway 24. Yeah, I was looking at FS Realistic. I see where they want like 33 pounds for it, and that was a lot more than when X-Plane's FS XP Realistic was out. So well, I'll probably get it soon, but for the time being, with the sim always changing, etc., you never know what's around the corner, you know. So there's the 268, and we'll take that left-hand turn onto the 235. Yeah, I've seen it. It does look quite nice. It's passing 8,000 feet. Yeah, GSX does look really good. If it was out of a toss-up of both of them, I think I'd probably get GSX if I had to choose one just for now, because at least you can get like passengers, etc., right, all there and going down, you know. So just passing 7,000 for 3,000 feet. Then we'll go on to that left-hand turn, which is going to basically bring us on straight into runway 24. Yeah, don't be afraid, my man. You know, it's probably nerve-wracking for everybody. Even when I started doing it, like back last year, when I did a few flights, you know, it can get a little bit nerve-wracking, but it's pressing the button to go on the intercom. But it's fine. I've done some flights with Captain Spitfire as well. Done some joint ones on X-Plane. We went actually all over the place. Actually, we went to Thailand. We done Munich. Done quite a few. Bucharest, Sofia. Did that over some of the VATSIM controllers. So as we're going to come over now, get the ILSs all in, 11095, 11095, there's the localizer, get the approach in, that's going to follow itself down. Single channels now in. Okay, QNHs now set back over 1013, which they already are. Okay, on for the speed, 220. Aircraft's going to drop down into. Still be around 10 nautical miles out anyway, so I'm not going to drop any flap settings in just yet. Maybe on the speed brakes just laid down. So things are going to get choppy. .4 is where the glide slope will come in. Lovely runway is just there in the distance. No, 156 now, so speed brake can now go in, go to flaps 5. Speed brakes are now armed. Let's get ready to rumble. Hey, welcome back my man, just in time for the arrival, so we'll see how choppy it actually gets. So there's the glide slope come in now. Just around 3.5, so obviously drop down to flaps 5. Also brake number 2, which is in. Speed brakes are armed, so we'll do our landing checklist once we've got the gear down and we're fully set and configured. Still 10 nautical miles out, so we'll leave flaps 5. Lovely, lovely views. So just hover it along, go to flaps 10. Okay. There we go, flaps 15, gear down. $2,500 checked. Yeah, gear will come down, flaps 15. Won't come down before that on any other flaps then. Still 7 nautical miles out anyway, so quite far away. Once getting into 5 nautical miles, shove it into flaps 30, and that'll be us in for a 156. That's it then, time to grab walk. There we go, flaps 30, 156, which is in. So we'll see what we can do. So for landing checklist, got gear down 3 green, flaps in 30 green light, auto brake number 2, engine starts with continuous, packs are auto, recall is clear. We are established on the single channel for the ILS. And we are cleared to land. So we'll see what we can do. It's time to crab walk. So I turn the sensitivity down on the aircraft as well for the controls, so it shouldn't be too snappy when we come in. There's the outer marker as well. Okay, so what we can do is we'll do a bit of manual flying, disconnect the auto throttle as well, which is checked, and now I have control of the aircraft. I'm coming down a little. Okay, speed brakes are up and reversers are active. Full pressure on the column. Okay, 80 knots, reversers are stowed. 60 knots, all the brakes will be disarmed. And welcome to Shannon. 60 knots, all the brakes are done. Go to the end, turn around and get back to stand. Thanks guys. Much better in the 737 than the Airbus. The visual reference on the flare, obviously flying it so much more than the Airbus. Only recently jumped in the Airbus properly with Microsoft, so you think with all the last couple of years it's just been 737 really. Speed brakes can be turned off. Spin around, go back to stand. And then spinner ready for us to get back into Manchester. Let's see what Manchester holds for us once we come in. I've had a lot of practice on the 737, so you know, if anyone wants to have a landing comp, then I'm down. That's going to be fully retracted now. Okay, and we'll roll it back down, 50 knots max on the runway. I want it to get down to the end quick. So that's landing number 1 of 3. So hope you guys did enjoy that one. It did get a little bit rocky. The only thing I don't like really is the physics. You know, it is very snappy, the controls. That's why I was just trimming more than anything, instead of putting too much input right down. Otherwise the aircraft would just start doing a dive. There's 46, power back. know if that's us there. I think it is. So speed brakes are up. I've got the gear, which is down, obviously. Flaps are fully retracted. Auto brake can be disarmed and turned off. Okay, now move the throttles over. When we turn off lights, we'll leave them on. Landing lights can all be set back. Engine start switches off. Get the OPU set, which will be checked, and strobes can go down. Yeah, it's also checked and set. So that's landing number 1. Then we'll just get into the gate, turn around, and then that'll be us ready for number 2. I'm not going to put no flex temp in for number 2, we'll just run it straight out. This runway's not really that long anyway, so see what our weights are on the second one. Yeah, that's it, my man. St Martin's. Haven't even been there yet. We'll have to do one. Okay, view's just coming back down. So swing into the gate here. And slow the aircraft. When we turn off, taxis can go off. Get the APU on. Which is also checked. Okay. That is us there, all lovely and set. So let's get the engines off. Can't do it. There we go. 1 and 2, which is in APU blue, which can go on as well. Okay, so welcome to the lovely Shannon. So what we'll do is we'll spin around. Give it 2 minutes or so, and then we'll spin around and we'll get ready to go to a lovely Manchester. So we'll get these stairs and everything all in. MCDU's back to normal. So it wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. There's a GPU chart. Chunks will be available. So obviously parking brake needs to be on as well. There we go. Okay, chunks are set. Okay, ground power's already in. Stairs. I'm just going to jump the stairs, as I don't think it's going to work anyway. So with the electrics, we can turn them off and leave everything on, as we're going to go away in just a few moments. So we'll leave the aircraft as it is, and then we can just quickly just boost up and then get ready to go, I think. So I'll see you guys in around 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will get ready to go on our next stint over to Manchester. Okay, so let's get GPU on as well. That should be connecting, lights will be on, and then we can spin around and get into lovely Manchester. Get it all done nice and quick. Let's wait for the GPU to come on. There you go, that's on, which is checked. Turn the APU off as well, which is on as well. So, we're going to be coming in for Manchester, so Echo Delta November November. Let's just go in and get our fuel and everything that we need for the aircraft. So on our payload for Manchester, we get the routing up. So Manchester, we're looking for 66.6 takeoff weight, looking at 8.159 to 8.1, and on that, so 66, so not much is really going to change back here. On for the fuel, looking, I'll take 7.5, that'll boost us up, 66, 67, that's fine. We can go straight back from here now, so let's put Echo Golf, Charlie Charlie, it's going to be a quick turnaround as well. Just need to switch over for Navigraph. So from Shannon to Manchester, it's going to be created. Okay, on for the departure route, we're going to be taking the Peleg 3 Bravo, which is going to be somewhere along here. There we go. Peleg 3 Bravo, that's going to be us. So I'm going to leave out 24, take a right hand turn, 3,300 above, max 185, 250, so come out nav and VNav on this one. It's got speed restrictions, which will be fine. And then coming in for the approach into Manchester, we're going to be coming in on 23 right. So we'll check the star out. On for the star, the Mallard 1 mic, which is going to be here. Okay. So the Mallard, which is right here, there's a VOL for Wallasey, then to Mersey. We'll see, there we go, so 23. North the approach, 23 right. Just basically a turnaround at the VOR. Okay, so that's fine. Let's just clock that in. No, knock that down. So we've got the departure, which is going to be 24, which is the Peleg 3 Bravo. And for our legs, we've got a Botham. It's going to be direct. Then we've got the Quebec 37. Okay, which is in the Mallard. And on for the arrival, got the Mallard 1 mic. That's it. Mallard. I don't think the Mallard 1 mic's there. So we'll have a look and see what else is there. The Macux is there. The Macux 1 mic, or the Pennell 1 mic. See if the Pennell's there. None of them are there. So go direct to 23 right, I suppose. Transition at Manchester, which was going to be the arrival anyway. So activate that up, which is set. Go to our initial. Get the perf in. Don't know why the star isn't there. 330. Saying we'll go for 2729. That'll do us. A290, cost index 42, which is set. M1 limit, full takeoff, climb 1, just a flaps 5, centre of gravity 138, 148 and a 149, which is set. I'm going to go ahead and get the APU set now. Get that all pumped up, ready to go. And then we are ready to leave. And that'll be us all ready and set. Flight director's already on, so the aircraft's already set up. What do you mean by that, Dan? I don't use any scenery. If it's any of the payware airports or anything like that, then I haven't bothered putting it in. The FSTO as well, I haven't even bothered putting that in again. You know, at the moment I'm just trying to keep the performance nice and stable for time being. I'm not really looking to overload. I'm not one of them people that would blast everything in and then just run on 20 frames, etc. You know, I like performance more than anything. So yeah, there's the APU coming in. Everything else will come through. $290 for the arrival. 249. So 250, which is in position. Any collision lights can go on. APU's coming over now. 1 and 2. It should be checked. And that is us ready to leave. So we get the aircraft doors and everything all set. We'll get ready to go. As soon as they leave, we'll push out. Okay, so they're ready to leave. I'll go on to a right. Let's just have a look at the taxi charts for the airport. See what they've got for us as we're over here. So we can go off of Delta, so we get to push us left. There we go, just set tug. Yeah, we can start there. Okay, packs are off. ISH valves auto.
We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the
get the probes on now.
Right. Copy that, ready for push tail right. Please bring right, please.
Okay, 149.
Brakes released.
Okay, so we'll go for ground on engine number 2. Start valve is open into slowly increasing. 25% again. We'll inject fuel and we'll see EGT start to increase. Okay, it's 27. Number 2 coming in. EGT is now starting to rise. Okay, let's start to cut out back. Go for engine number 1. There's our turn for Delta as well.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Okay, parking brake set.
Brake set.
Okay, so we want to go all the way down Delta. And that'll be us right there, so it should be in front of us. 25, engine number 1 come in. So steering pin, he's going, which is fine. Auto brake to RTO. EGT is increasing now for engine number 1. QNH 1013. Now on to departure. Got Shannon, which is 113, this one 3 as well. Okay, let's start to cut out for engine number 1, which is checked. So we'll switch the gen buses over, 1 and 2. Gen 1, which is already in. That's going to go to auto. Isolation valve to auto. Engine bleeds with APU bleed, which is going to go off. Along with the APU. Engine start switch to continuous. In the cabin. Get the seatbelts on. And we are now ready to go. So, we want to basically take on to Delta. And then Delta all the way down to Delta 2, which will lead us onto the runway. So, that all said. Recall can be checked and clear. Flaps 5, which is going down. And we get the trimming as well, which is going to be 546. Okay, which is also checked. Flaps 5, green light. So, can release parking brake. And power on up now for runway 24. Taxi lights when we turn up is going to go on. And away we go. Yeah, quick, innit? I'm not sure if that is Delta 1 right there. We can come around that bend and join back in for Delta 1 just off around this bend here. There should be another left turn. We'll follow it around. Then we'll take a left onto a right, then join back onto Delta. Next, over taxi on down. Take a left onto Hotel 2. And first right and all the way down. Yeah, quick turnaround speeds defo. 149 for V2 plus 20, which would be 169. Perhaps 5, which is down. Auto brake RTO. Engine start switch to continuous. Cabin has been notified. We're coming out with LNAV and VNAV. Set the altitude 290. Which is checked. And we'll follow it all the way down to the end. and that'll be us all good. I'm just passing over the hold short now. Ready for 2-4. So we get the strobes on. She can't be checked. Auto throttles are armed. Let's do this. Okay, so as we're all good to go. Get landing lights, everything else which can go on, which are checked. So I'll push forward on the column. Power up to 45%. Which are stabilised. Oops, and there we go.
Airspeed alive.
Check.
80 knots.
Check. Throttle holes.
V1T.
Rotate.
V2. Positive rate of climb.
You're up. Cool, you can see the rocket ascend up. As you see, the VNAV's trying to come in, so just let it do its thing. Just got to that right hand turn. Light director will come back. You see that like 5,000 feet. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, so the flight director now drops. That'll be us that will increase. Rate of descent will go back down. Engine start switches, which will stay on for now through the clouds. Gears up and off. Auto brakes are off. Pass through 4,000 feet. Fly manually until we get up. Runway tunnels, taxis are now off. As we pass through 5,005. Currently in VNAV and LNAV mode. Take a little look out as we leave. So we're holding the 185 until we make this right hand turn. That right hand turn will then backtrack us out onto the 023. So VNAV's holding us at 185 as we pass through rapid ascent. Probably could have done lower on the takeoff thrust, so we didn't use top cat either. So there's a right hand turn coming in. Okay, which is checked. Going to go to the front in. And we can have a look outside. So still staying. Flaps 1, speed check. Yeah, I know, got a driver in it. Down gears up, no lights, all the brakes off. Landing lights will get set after 10,000, 8,004, which is all set. And then your start switches will switch back off as well. So that's us now all set, ready to come up. Flaps fully retracted. As I now blast out of Shannon on our way up to Manchester. Lovely views as we depart out. See a little bit of wing flex as well. Just tippling away. Yeah, I don't know what it is with the drivers that come on the runway. It's pretty, it's annoying. I suppose that's just how it is, isn't it? Get ready to indulge through some clouds. The landing lights are now off and checked. Recall's clear. So we'll see if we can get another smooth one down onto runway 23 right. Ready for Manchester. Pressurization settings are right here, my man. So always make sure your packs are auto, your isolation valves are auto. You got your bleeds on with your recircs and your trim airs on, and just make sure that you got your flight altitude and everything all in, and you should be all okay to go. That'll be all set. Get your land altitude in, flight altitude, which will be in and set. That'll be all good to go. So we're now going to bounce on to the 052. And just reach through the clouds. If you had the APU bleed on with the bleeds, the engine bleeds, it'll be a dual bleed. So I wouldn't have the bleed system on for the APU. It's already got the engine bleeds on, the engines are on as well. So it's just the bleed air for the APU, like when you're going to start up the engines, etc. Let's pass through 14,000 feet. It's on our way up. Blasting through all the clouds. We can check the METARs as well for Manchester. A bit of tunes on as well for you guys. Guys, just go cloud surfing. So it's 180 at 3 knots. Visibility is fine. Fuel at 3004. 14 degrees, 1020 on the QNH. And there we are, out of Shannon, on our way to our second flight to Manchester, and then we'll be going to Tilly. So thanks for everybody joining this evening. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe if you're a new member of the channel, as we'll be doing regular flights here on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. So as we blast through up onto 290, I'm not going to go too high as we're only shooting straight across from Ireland straight over to the UK again. We'll go high when we go over to Paris. Paris, we've got a flight altitude which will be set for us here. It's only saying 230, but we'll take it a little higher. We'll just see what happens. So there's our right hand turn as we beam over towards Manchester. Thanks, my man. QNH is back over to standard. That is us all the way to Manchester now. There's our top of climb. On top of descent. Just want to check out, because there was no star arrival coming down here. Okay. That's what I might do. Just put the waypoints in manually. There we go. So from Mulud, I'm going to go straight to Wallasey. From Wallasey, we're going to go straight to Manchester from there direct. Okay, which is fine for us. Unable at Peleg. Okay, which is fine. Peleg we're going to now. I'm just going to set for 1.762. Should be dash. There we go. We should go in 240. That'll change once we go up. I'll just put that as 320. Okay, so that's set. There's our top of climb coming, 290. Everything's off overhead, which is fine. That's wicked, my man. Hope it all turned out alright for you. So I'm going to put the Wallasby VOR in, which is 1141. Okay, which is checked. And we get Manchester in as well. It's going to be the 11385. Okay. Okay, so that's all set. I'm going to go up and then turn around. That Peleg. So I'm going to leave that, that'll cancel itself out. As we go straight up anyway. So make our way now to Manchester and then Paris for the final flight of the night. I'm not too sure, I don't think we do. We're going to come straight over the coast and straight in and literally turn around for 2-3 right, so I'm not too sure, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday on yesterday's stream when we was flying the Airbus. The Airbus has got, on the Phoenix, has got a much more smoother, natural wing flex. With the PMDG, it's sort of like very static, like twitchy. It hasn't got that natural sort of flow. On real calm weather, it'll just give a little bounce, but if it's too erratic, it just goes crazy. Dump the toilets out. It's all the way up, shouldn't have that reverse speed now, 259, okay, 259, probably go to 277, so probably go to cruise, this one 77, which could probably blast up, take some there, 77, yeah, that's about, okay, just a little bit quicker. On our way over to the UK now. Oh, so only 80 miles to our top of this end. Going to be pretty short and sweet as we come down, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I don't think he'd be too amused with that, if he did have any brown bits dropping on him. Yeah, we do. We only do with the best. You know what I mean, Anakin? Alexander, good evening, pal. Hope you're doing well, my man. Yeah, it's something that we could have on the cards in future reference, as long as it's a real world flight and that. Let's have a look. Let's see what the song is. Yeah, it's the MBB. It's the Island one. Oh yeah, not too far from our top of descent. 23 right, here we come, Manchester. Oh, if somebody could translate for Alexander, we'll do the flight at some point. As long as it is a real world flight, then yeah, we can put it on the cards. So once we take this right hand turn, which will take us on to 094, that is pretty much it. For some reason none of the stars were there that we wanted, so we're going down to Wallersby. We're still going to follow the star in, we've just manually put Wallersby in for the arrival. And then we're basically going to go all the way down through Manchester, swing it round, and then follow a track all the way up to the top. Which we're going to see. Then we'll swing it round, come back, track in, and that'll be us for 2-3 right on the approach down into Manchester. So minimums coming in 449 for 200 foot. Okay, we've just checked. We'll start descent at 3,000 feet. There's a 095. Okay, we've just checked. 10 DME out. 10.3 for the Mike Charlie Tango, and 0109.5 for the ILSs. 109.5. Just checked. I've got Wallersby, which we've already got in as well. Okay, it's 1095. Glide out for the localizer. Then we have the altitude to distance reference. We'll start coming down at 10 nautical miles on the 232. Right, 232. 232. There's our top of descent. We're going to hit that for 3,000 feet. So we'll drop 3,000. Well, we'll try our best. We'll try and go better than what we did before down in Shannon. The weather should be a lot calmer as well, so we'll try and get, what was that, minus 67 on the last landing just now. So see if we can get under that. We'll try anyway. We'll try. So we've got 3-degree glide path angle. We have a look, top of descent. Before we sort out the weights and that, takeoff flaps 30. Depending on what the weather is as well. So let's go in and get that all in. Okay. So we get the descent winds in, and we get the METARs back up for Manchester. Okay, Manchester's winds 1803, which is fine. Forecast, trends, level, we'll just call it 5,000. Should be fine. QNH 1020. Okay, scale it all off. That will start top descent point maybe a little bit sooner to compensate for the winds. 1020, which we will get preset in as well. And 1020, which is set. Now hopefully we get under 100. Hopefully. I don't see why we shouldn't. I've got a minimum 449 for 200 foot, 1020 for the Q&A. We'll take an auto brake number 2. We'll have a look at Manchester's runoff onto 23 right. It'll be right next to the terminal anyway when we turn off. Okay, so this top of descent. That's how we can run off wherever really. So if we leave auto brake number 2, it should be us. Come off Foxtrot Papa. Depending how quick, probably come off at Papa. Or we'll run off the Bravo Delta and then swing back in. And we'll check back down into Alpha. There we go, just over the coast now of the UK as we fly in. Get the music down now as we come through. Pass through 27,000 feet. And it starts switch continuous. Fasten seatbelt signs. Tell them to get ready to go as we arrive in. Recourse clear. 3,000 set on the MCP altitude. Currently tracking inbound to 095. We've also got the Wallersby, which is 45 nautical miles. Then over for the 109.5, I'll switch the ILS over on that side, that will come in on number 2. So that's pretty much us now. And we come down onto Manchester for 23 right, which should be a nice arrival. Should be very nice. See how the flight plans out. So, looking on the task manager, the RAM's fine. It's where the CPU keeps bouncing for some reason, because there's all the different service things running in the background, which is causing that little stutter to happen. So, let me just see if let's see what else we can do. Okay, so that's all on. So there's nothing with the RAM. The RAM's fine. That's what blasted us out before when we had the 737 out. It was something to do with the RAM running, so it should be alright. So currently passing through flight level 240 now. As we get ready to run her in. be a nice enjoyable one. Not sure why the app has so many processes running in the background. That's what's causing that little judder. So, not too sure. Probably about lassoing. See what's happening there. It's probably more time something to do with OBS. I'm not sure if OBS Studio would be a little bit more stable. It does get a little bit ratty sometimes. I've just looked at the task manager and it's my CPU. Something OBS is doing with all the processes that it keeps opening and shutting, keeps making the CPU bounce for some reason. So the RAM's fine though, the RAM's only running at about 58%. With the 737, I think you've got to do the fix to take that out. You've got to do something in the plane maker. If you look online, you'll be able to do it with the 727. It's basically a stutter that's there. You've got to go into plane maker and mess around with a few things. Just change one button or something and do something else to it, and that basically relieves the stuttering. But that's it's normal for the 732 and the 727. There is a fix though for it. You just have to check it out. There's Wallasey coming down for flight level 200. Now I'm going to shut off the Flight Live. So I'm not sure if the Fly Live Studio is doing some of that as well. I don't think it is. But OBS is really playing havoc with the CPU for some reason. And the CPU is running fine, but it's because of whatever it's doing in the background where it keeps opening and closing so much. It's trying to make the CPU like run at 100% and then it drops back down, and that's where them little judders are coming. So we've sorted out the RAM issue now with the page filing, but it's just the CPU open up all these processes. And because there's so many processes going on, I wouldn't really know which ones it would be to turn off, you know. So I don't even think it is the RAM. The RAM's fine. It's only at 60%, so it's not even going crazy. It's something active that keeps opening and closing. Looking on the task manager right now, it's going very mad. Don't know. It could be hyper-threading. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at game mode settings. Let's switch that off and see if that's doing anything. If that'll relieve it. Yeah, we'll see what that does. I was reading with game mode on Windows 11. It'll shut off certain apps to obviously free up more space, but I don't know, it's something to do in the background, something the PC's doing. It's all the processes going off, so not really too sure. We'll monitor it until we get down, and then we'll just go from there. Yeah, you'd have to look at the fix online, mate. There's a fix online where you have to go into the plane maker. If it's still doing it after that, then I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. Yeah, I think it might be just Streamlabs that's doing this now. No, it could be. I'm going to do the next stream. I'll probably just use normal OBS. I think that's what the stuttering thing is, where all the processes are opening up and closing. So as you can see, everything's running smooth now, but because it's making the CPU bounce, it's like there, it's just causing that judder. So maybe if I use normal OBS that might fix it, I'm not too sure. Yeah, no, you should just pay for them, mate. I wouldn't bother messing around with all the dodginess and that. If you're going to use it for your own entertainment, then, you know, just keep that to yourself. But if you're using a stream and everything, that wouldn't be the best thing to say. Because you'd probably end up getting your YouTube deleted. So it's passed through 12,000 feet on our way into Manchester, and then we've just got Paris. We'll see how we fare for Manchester. We'll see if we've got time for Paris. I'm not too sure yet. Got lovely views as we come in. So yeah, I think OBS is just doing some craziness in the background, because I mean everything's running fine, smooth, so stutters or anything. Only just the odd one, that's the CPU jumping from whatever OBS is doing for some reason, so I'm not really too sure what it's doing. I might have to investigate that tonight. So, okay, so as we're coming down now, just need to 12,000 feet, I'm going to get all the landing lights and that on, runway turn-offs, taxis, engine start switch to continuous, recalls cleared, speed brake which can be armed for now, as we now start to decel. And get ready to come into lovely Manchester for 23 right. Well, we'll jump the wing view, mate, so we can see if we can have a look at it. We'll see if we catch it just before we lock in for localizer. So get your landing rates in, as we are right near, ready to track in from Wallers. We've passed Wallersby now. So I'm going to get the ILSs in, 109.5, 109.5, which is on both sides. 232, which is set on both courses. Yeah, I'm going to investigate what's going on with the Streamlabs doing that with the CPU. There's definitely got to be there. They're the only two apps that are open. And it was our memory last time, but sorting out the page file stops the memory running. So today it's been running very nice, like, you know, very smooth, very nice. But something's making that CPU jump to 100% up and down, and that's what's causing that, just that fraction of a stutter, just here and there, when you can see it, like there. So we are now pretty much all configured to come in. We'll take that left hand turn, backtrack over the airport, which takes us on to the 051. And then that's us, pretty much. So Dan says minus 84. You never know. Let me just see if I can put in the fly live quickly, so then you will be able to see it. Okay, so the landing rate should work. As you see, once we refresh it, it sort of works. You can see the altitude working, and ground speed's working now. But for some reason it always likes to thing, so I don't know why it does that either. So pass it through 10,000 feet. With the speed restrictions, drag required as we're going to come down. Okay, flaps are up. Oh, there it is over there, I think. Seeing that, we're going to go red. There it is, I think that's Old Trafford, isn't it? Okay, we're now slow 185 just before the turn, which we need to get in. I'm going to drop a flaps 1. And jumps 2. Okay, that'll be our 185 in. Yeah, just about see it. Literally just about saw it. So as we get ready for that magical arrival down in for 2-3 right now, let's see what we can do. Landing rate is in as well. Localizer etc. is in when we come through. Won't really stay into a flaps 2, we need 185, so that'll do for us. Don't push in, 185 all the way round, and then intercept down. There it is, that left hand turn. Now we'll backtrack round and intercept in for the ILS. 1020, once past 5,000 feet, which is already set. Then we get ready for that final left into the right hand turn and then establish the aircraft ready to come in. Okay, so go around, set on the thrust, all brakes set for number 2, speed brakes are armed, on your starts continuous, landing lights are on, packs of auto, bleeds are on, and we've got the ILS there, ready for us to intercept. Holding 185 on the speed restriction now, and then we can start to proceed inbound. So for some reason, once you reset the fly live, it starts working again. But when you set it off at the start, that's when it doesn't. So I'm not too sure why it does it. Just have a quick look on the Navi charts. So where we're going to start the descent. So we're going to start our final fix, be 10 nautical miles out, right before the glide slope. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get ready to go. Hold 185 still just before we make the turn. 3005 above. Which is set. QNH is now go over 1020. Climb the localizer. Torque close up goes above. And flaps 5 can now go in. Which is checked. Set the glide slope on for the approach. That will come in just a moment. There's a single channel. There's a runway just in sight. Okay, glide slope is active. 10 nautical miles. That's where we start to descend down from 3005. Okay, so bang on. Stay at flaps 5 as we are 10 nautical miles out, as long as we're fully configured, etc. by 5 miles, we should be alright. Which we can get our fixes in as well. Drags required, fix, EGCC, then dash 5, which we just set in. Okay, runway is in sight, landing lights, everything's on. We are established on the single channel now. $2,500 checked. Minimum's 449 for 200 foot. Now flaps 15, go down. That's one thing we did forget. You know, 148 and calculate off 5.51, so it's not going to make much difference. So 48 plus 5, there's our 148. So there's our flaps 15. And for our 148 plus 5, which will give us a 153, probably looking around about 800 feet per minute or so, which is right there anyway. Okay, go to flaps 30 and 153. So, landing checklist: gears down 3 green, auto brake set for number 2, flaps 30 green light, established on single channel. Engine start switch to continuous, packs are auto, bleeds are on, and we have the runway in sight. So, there's only one more left to do. It's time to get her down. They're about 800 feet per minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect the autopilot and disconnect the auto throttle. I'll continue the descent down.
100. 200. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Okay, speed brakes are up. And reversers are active. Full pressure on the column. Reversers can be stowed. Manual braking as when I come off the Bravo. Hold. So there we are as we run it down. Let's get ready to brake. Brake are off, so we can now stop. Speed brakes can be retracted, flaps can be fully retracted, landing lights. When we turn off, etc. can stay. The strobe's too steady, so we don't run off. Make that right hand turn. Now we can track it back down to alpha and come back in. Hey, thanks for man. I didn't even see what it was. What was it? Big K, how you doing, my man? Hope you're doing very well, pal. If you want a smooth touchdown, then you come fly with me. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Anakin. BK, thanks. Always appreciated, pal. So flaps are fully retracted. Now, as we get ready, let's see if we've got some time when we get to the gate. See if we've got time to do. I'd say we've got time to do Paris. We'll get Paris in. Get her in nice. But I didn't see what the landing rate was. What was it? I see a 7. As we now taxi on down. I'll get the flight recorder in for Paris as well when we do come through. Let's have a look. Let's just check her back and see what it was. 73, wasn't too bad. So we'll taxi onto the gate and then we'll get prepared all the way for Paris. Yeah, they'll probably sack me, Dan. That's what they'll probably do, mate. They'll probably sack me. So we'll get the APU ready. Yeah, we just checked. Run it to stand, spin around, and then get ready for our last flight of the evening, which will be to Paris. No, lovely, lovely arrival down. Lovely arrival. And that will be our final flight for the night. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks, BK. I hope you are too, my man. It's nice to see you here tonight. Okay, I'm just going to jump in anywhere. We'll go down near the end. That'll get us out quite quick once we do go to stand. And imagine, they say to you, we want you to smash the landing. We don't want smooth, we want you to smash it. We want people to remember us. So if we're coming on 23 right, so imagine we're going out on 23 right. So if we're coming in here, and then we can get the aircraft turned around, it done. Yeah, I probably would get with BA. They probably would give me a job if I was pulling them ones off. So what we had tonight, we had a 37, we had a 76, was it? You guys said. So we'll see if we can do that even better when we come down into Paris for Tilly. That's the last flight of the evening. Okay, I'm going to whap in right here, if we can, if this car moves out of the way quick enough. Okay, go on to stand, get the runway turn off, lights off, taxis off. The APU's ready to go over. Okay, and we'll stop it right here. Get the parking brake on, which is checked. Engines can go off. Go into the flight. Get everything all moved. Get our ground services on. The trunk's going to be set as well. Request that. Stairs. Air stairs extend. Oh, they've got air stairs. Wicked. Let's have a look at that. The air stairs are coming out. Oh yeah, check that out. That's nice. Wicked. Hey Saren, good evening pal. Hope you're doing well. Just in time for Paris. Yeah, that's really cool. So they do extend the air stairs. Wicked. Okay. So stairs for the left are inhibited, so I don't know why that's happened. We'll just leave that as it is. Not really going to be too fussed for that. So, give me a few seconds and we will get her all ready and set to go for lovely Paris. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few Ryanair landings that have been nice. You know, everyone thinks that they smash them, but they don't. Sometimes. I'll be back in a few minutes' time, and then we'll be ready to do our last flight of the evening. So, stay tuned. Uniform 605, which is then going to take us to Waffle or Foo. Mike 606. Now you could run these in like so, and then just put the airways in. So the Juliet 150. We'll see if it takes us to Patex. Yeah. Then we've got Velo, which is direct in. Hey Velo, on for the arrival. Got the Velo 1 Bravo. Okay. Probably RNAV. So what we'll do is we'll take the VOR, if we've got that, the VOR. See the VOR. Let's have a look at the VOR X-ray, shall we? Well, VOR Zulu. There we go, take the VOR Zulu. Just move that across. Just got the VOR Zulu. VOR Yankee, VOR Zulu. So for some reason that's not there either. So, take the VOR Zulu. There we go, transition limited. Activate that up. Go to our legs, run that down, let's see everything there. From above the limited. Okay, so limited, and then straight to there. That's fine. Go and get the perf, which is requested. And that's us all set, ready to spin around and leave back for Paris. Hey, totally not human. Welcome, my man. Hope you're doing well, pal. So 310, which should be checked. Get that in. Flight directs, etc. all on. Get the APU bleed on. Racks can go on. Isolation valves open. Bleeds can go off. Position light. Anti-collision, which is all on and checked. We're going to start the APU up now. So we're going to get ready to leave. That's us pretty much ready to go. 250 below, we'll sell that out in just a second. What's index 6? We'll leave all of that. A takeoff. We'll take a takeoff 2. A climb 2. That should slow us down a little bit on the departure. That's 5, 596, 141, 142, and a 148. Okay, we've just checked. Flight directors are all on. Just waiting for the APU now to come in, and then we are all ready to go. All the pumps are on in that. I'm just going on, so there we go, pump them off. There we go. So that's us ready to go. Just keep practicing, my man. It all takes time with practice, and that's it, really. Just keep practicing, and before you know it, you'll be battering them all day long. So 232. There's the APU coming in. You can hear it. 232, 310. Okay, which is checked. There's the APU. I'm going to get all of our pumps back on now. And we can tell the aircraft that we are now ready to go. So release the ground power. Get the air stairs retracted. Look around on this side, you guys can see it retract. Okay, so that is us now ready to leave. Go to the pushback, get the tug on, and go to the left. We can start that up, get the parking brake on as well. There we go.
We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our right. Copy that, ready to push. Tail to the right. Parking brake released, please.
Okay, parking brake released. Okay, so we'll go for ground for engine number 2. Start valves open, N2 is increasing. All pressure and temps will slowly start to come to life. Then 25% will inject fuel and we'll see EGT start to increase. So what I might do here is, as soon as we are near to the end of our flight, what I might do is I might make it so it's a nice arrival for us, about 18:59. So let's call it about 18:07, that'll do. So 25%, number 2 can come in. Have his chats, make it a nice evening arrival. So yeah, let's try and hit 3 in a row, we'll try and get a hat trick. There's engine number 2 now coming in.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Okay, parking brake is set. 56%, we'll hear the starter cut out, come back for engine number 2, and then we can get number 1 all fired up, ready to go.
Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release from guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
See you soon, bye bye. Starter cut out's back, number 1 can come in now. Start valves open, N2's increasing. Again, oil pressure temps will come to life, and then 25% will inject fuel, and we'll see EGT start to increase. Okay, 25%, number 1's in. Check taxi charts as well. Okay, so we'll come out, take on to Foxtrot, up to Victor, and then we'll come through on to Victor Bravo 2. That'll be us, all ready to come in. 56% again, starter cutouts out. EGT will start to stabilise. My throttle and yoke, I use the Thrustmaster T16000. Oh man. So now we're all good. We'll switch the gen buses back over. Go over to gen 1, which is checked. Pattern go to auto. Isolation valve auto. Bleeds on the APU bleed off. APU's off. Engine start switch is continuous. In the cabin, let them know that we are ready to go. And that is us all set. Auto throttle is armed. Brakes to RTO. LNAV. Check the speed restrictions coming out. 168, 206. All the way on the track as we roll around. We'll leave VNAV in, that will hold us in for our V2 plus 20, 148, then 168 there, so that's a V2 plus 20 which is checked. Terrain can go on, parking brake is set, flaps 5 can go in, taxis, runway tunnel flights can go set, and we can watch the ailerons. So 1, 2, forward and back, which are all checked. So we're going to power on up now to runway 23 left and get the hell out of here. Okay, just before we do that, let's change this. There. And for our trim for takeoff, we are looking 596. Right, which is checked. Right, there's Foxtrot, which we're going to cross over. So we'll get our strobes on. So we're going to be entering an active runway. Cost index 100. Yeah, could you imagine? So if we can enter in on the start here, we'll just enter up here, and then we can run straight out. That'll be easy, does it? Strobes are already on. Basically run it up and around, then onto Tango. That's us pretty much onto the runway. There we go, 23 left, everything's on and checked. So we'll taxi onto the runway. Cabin crew, take your seats for departure. Okay, we can do a rolling start. So landing lights are all on. Auto brakes RTO, LNAV and VNAVs in, so power up to 45%. Stabilised and toga.
Airspeed alive.
Check.
80 knots.
Check. Throttle holes. Don't know what the traffic's doing. Someone wants to get run over tonight. Neutron to column. Boom.
Rotate.
Rotate.
B2. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. As we leave lovely Manchester now. .168 on the turns. As you can see, even with takeoff 2, we would have needed a flex temp to even tone us down a little bit more. There's a reduction coming, 1500. As you drop down now into that right hand turn. So I'm just going to drop the nose just a little to allow us to speed. Onto that swooping right to left. Because we need to hold the 168. I don't know why the trim always does that, it goes a little bit erratic for some reason. So as we drop down now, we're going to start to speed up. Take a quick look out the window as we say bye to Manchester. Ready for our arrival in. So we'll take that right hand turn now, on to the left. LNAV and VNAV is engaged. Gear can be turned off. Auto brake can be turned off as well. Okay. CMD-A can go in. And the autopilot now has control. Flaps 1, speed check. There's a whole 5,000 feet now. All the way up. I'm going to say that it's restricted, so say we've got no restriction on the altitude, which should take us all the way up, I should imagine. Flaps up. Temperature check, it's probably going to hold us 250 until Honley, or just around. So I'm going to change this up. Yeah, altitude constraint, Samba, yeah. Okay, so 11.0. Yeah, that'll do, so there we go. 250 a volt. Okay, I'm just going to let it climb up now, and that'll be us. It wants to keep us at 5,000, so I'm just going to let the aircraft climb up. Once it goes past, that'll be fine. So yeah, last butter of the evening, 2 in a row, under 100. See if we can get the next one in, as we get a lovely sunset arrival. Might be dark, highly doubt it, but it will just be setting in its tone just before we come in. So there's 250, so if we do it a little bit reasonable. There we go, 7 to 1. So we can climb all the way direct up to 310, which is checked. 3-1. We just need to change the landing altitude. We've got coming in 7,000 with transitions, standard QNH, which is over, and we're going to be doing the RNAV. We're doing the VOR Zulu actually. So I'll get the chart up for the VOR Zulu. Once you come in, land elevation 350. Okay, which is also checked. That is us now as we leave a lovely Manchester airport. Yeah, just send it my way, mate. We'll show him the proof of why he was late. So we're ascending just around 2,600 feet per minute, nice and calm, 250 until 10,000, then we'll start to speed up and get the aircraft all in. There is our routing all the way up to Tilly, just around 320 nautical miles. 283. And that is us on the way to a lovely Paris. I don't know. I think it's Streamlabs that's causing the CPU to jump like that for the sim. But apart from that, everything else is silky smooth. But the CPU, the PC's doing something behind closed doors, which is obviously doing that. So I'll probably switch back to go to normal OBS maybe. Yeah, it was dishing so much butter out, it was too sickening. Last one now, guys. Last one. We'll try and do a better one than all of them. So let's. I'll reset the Fly Live as well, just to make sure that it does work. Do you know what? Probably reset it now, just to make sure that it does. Because it's been working fine every time I reset it. So we'll see if it does it now. So we went from Echo Golf Charlie Charlie, Lima Foxtrot, Oscar Bravo. We'll call it Ryanair 563. There we go. It should work now. It should be working all the way up. I haven't got any of that set up, my man. I wouldn't take anything from you guys anyway. As we're currently tracking to 153. Make sure you got 25 degrees of bank as well. As the lovely sun starts to drop. Yeah, thanks Dan, I really appreciate it, pal. Thanks for joining us this evening, you know, I really appreciate the support for all you guys coming through and actually joining me for the stream. Hey, thanks for the metals, BK. So we've got variable at 2. Temperature is 11.1025. So it should be a nice one. I don't know what that CPU's doing in the background. it's something OBS is doing, because it's opening and closing lots of different things. There's so many things running in the background, it's actually unbelievable. Like, just scrolling through everything, there's so many processes going on right now, and I've turned off a lot of them, but it's them ones that I don't know what they do, and I'm not going to bother going all out like and ending a task, one of them that will then shut the whole thing down. So I don't know, maybe it could be, I don't know, I'll try OBS, the normal one. Well, where it says VRB02, that's variable at 2 knots. You got your temperature and your dew point 11 and 9. You got your QNH 1025, no sig, which is no significant change. So yeah, it's one of them ones. Okay, standard QNH is over. I don't know why it's so scatty. Something's obviously going on in the background with OBS. Or it's probably where the PC's been running now. It's probably got so many processes going on that something's making it jumpy. But it's not the actual sim, that's the thing. Because I've only got OBS and that running along with FlyLife. So they're the only 3 things. If you turn on the game mode in Windows, it's meant to stop processes that you don't need from happening, but it's just one of them ones, I think. So hopefully it doesn't stop us on our journey as we're going up to flight level 310. Hopefully that might sort things out a little bit, but yeah, apologies for the jumpiness. That's just something in the background of the task manager, unfortunately. 152 tracking, and then from the 152 we'll track that all the way through, all the way to Woodley. I just passed through 2-2, landing lights can now go off, which are checked. And it starts switching back to normal. Cabin can have a run around, do a few laps. And I'll see you when we get back in near to our top of descent, guys. hilly, first time coming in there, so we'll get ready. RMP we don't want the VOR Zulu. Right. Coming into Matid, I'm going to hit that 3,000 feet. Three thousands in. Okay, so get the aircraft fully set up now, ready to come in. Minimums, continuous descent flight angle. So it's going to be 760 plus 50, which is going to give us 810. For a 401, so that'll be a 451 on the decision height. Okay, 810, which is in. Coming down 3° glide path. Got our weights and that's set as well. I'm going to set it all up now, so it's 0.5 from when we come in. So should be in 65 on the dot. Again 148. Winds are variable, so +5 that, which is already in. So that's us 153 again. Let's see if we can blast her in. So I think it's Streamlabs that's causing that stuttery jerk. Not too sure. I think it is. So I'll probably go back to normal OBS, which have already resolved the issue for us. Right, 111.15, which is in. 111.15. Track's going to be the 123. Okay, which is checked. 3,000, which is in. We'll be starting down. We'll come down Nev and VNev. We're looking 153, so about 800 feet per minute again on this departure. You can see some of the lights coming in now as we get ready to come into a lovely Paris. There's our top descent, just reaching now. So coming to get ready. As I now leave flight level 310, I'm ready to come down into Paris. Hey, there's a vertical deviation. We're going to have paths in, throttles will go to arm, and now we're starting to descend down. Okay, 141, which is in. Then we'll just brake off to the left, and then the airport's going to be right in front of us, ready for when we come in onto that right hand turn. The 350, which is set, recalls which are clear, and it start switch can go to continuous. So let's get ready for Paris. It's passing flight level 290. 123 is on the course. We just cross-checked on both sides. We'll get a fresh set of METARs one more time before we get ready to come in. There, Paris Le Bourget. 1025 for the QNH 113403. Okay. So nice and calm once we come in. Lovely lights. Oh, it's done through flight level 270. So, minimums are in, 610 for 451. Decision height, 123 is set on the courses on both side and cross-check. Auto brake set for number 2. We're on the speed brake nearer to the arrival. As we are now coming in for a lovely Perry Lima Foxtrot Oscar Bravo. That's through 26,000. So it should be a nice evening arrival now. Finish off the night. Recalls checked and clear. Now there's 245 all the way 240. They're already at 245 now. Pass through 23. That's all the way until we come through. So 240 all the way till we get to Matid. Should be at 3,000 above. It's right there and set with the flight recorder replay system in for the last arrival. Before we then say bye-bye. That's it, my man. We'll be here till the end. Hopefully we'll get one more nice landing in before we call it a night. We'll get the flight recorder system in so we can see this landing come down, and then that should be us all set, ready to say bye bye. But I'll turn the lighting up so then we can actually see outside for Bourget. And hopefully it should be a good one. Hopefully it should be a good one tonight. That's it, my man. We've been there from start to finish. There's all the pretty lights that can come up if something does ever go wrong. Got a leftover wing. You can see all our slats, standbys. Yeah, good luck, my man. Hope it goes all well for you, pal. It's passed through 18,006. So I'll try to get there a little bit quicker as we're going to be coming down, and we'll slow it straight down from the Teb. 275 below, so we'll have to do that for 250. So as we now pass through 14,000 feet. On our way into lovely France. So just near to 12, just passing through flight level 130. The aircraft's already configured, ready to come down for landing. Speed brakes are armed. Catch some lovely view of the lighting. Okay, so get your landing rates in, as we're going to be down in about 5 minutes time. As far as 11,000 feet now. Landing lights can go on, runway turn-offs, taxis, engine starts just continuous, tend to cabin. Let them know that we are ready to come in now. There's a runway right there. It's passing 11,000 feet. Passing 10 now, and then we'll go on to that left hand turn, which will start in for the approach. Matib is the initial approach fix. Stay down VNAV path, then we can follow down. Go down VNAV, which will be engaged all the way down. Okay, so we're going to do under 100 and we're in the dark, so let's not get a little bit struck away from our visual reference, as we're going to be flying it visually on the puppies, and we'll take in on our speeds that we're going to come in. So enable 250 at VTIP, so we'll turn it down to 200. Okay, and 200 for Namid. That'll slow us down for VAPEB under 9,000. That'll be our clean speed, ready to come in for the approach. So VOR Zulu, start at 8.3 DME. So we'll be right here where we start the descent down. We'll drop the MCP altitude down to our minimums, which is going to be 650, so we'll just say 700. We'll put it to 600, that will drop the 650 point. And then we'll fly it down visually on the puppies, ready to come in for the approach. So let's get everything 5.6 to 5.5, which is 0.1, so not a lot of change in that. We've got 148, and it'll be plus 5. So the winds are quite calm, as we've got all of the lighting coming in. as we break through into Tilly. So there's a decel point that will take us down to 220 on the speed. You can see the wind's just chucking a little bit, only just a few knots left to right. That'll be the last Ryanair of the night. So Dan says minus 37. I hope so. Hope so, mate. Hope we can pull it off. We'll soon find out. As we're going down to 8,000 now, and then we're going to move down to 220 on our speed. Everything is configured for the approach. 8.2 DME. We've got the VORs, which are the 1115. We'll switch them over as well. Then the VORs will come in once we come in, just for a reference. Which are checked. There's the centre line, over which you're going to roll in onto the approach. Q&H's, which are going down, which you said was 1025, I think. 1025. And which is checked. And VOR 115, 111.5, which is in 8.3 DME. There's my TID, and then there's where we start the approach down. So just passing 7,004, 3,000 currently set in for the initial altitude. Then we'll let LNAV and VNAV take us down. There's 200 now, which will hold all the way down for the approach. Matted, which is next, as in our track inbound onto the 095. Okay, which is checked. Get the replay system in now, so you guys can catch a whiff of the arrival. We'll turn the lights on as well, so you guys can get that in. So a brief pause just for the recorder, so that'll come back. As in our descent through 6009. Okay. So I think they have fixed it. As with the VOR now, we have the indicator on the PFD. Now if I switch that off, will that go? Yeah, it will. Okay. So there we go. So we do have the indicator here, which we are going to be coming in the 111.15. We are 20 nautical miles out now, so we can follow the altitude restrictions as we go down. So the altitude to DME reference on the approach, which we can have a look at. So basically what it's telling us is we're coming in from the Bravo Victor Tango VOR. So by the time we get to 8 DME, 2890, and then say 5 DME, 1940. So we'll put in some fixed rings just for that. Say the drag is required, so we can open up that. Okay, come down to 220, and we're going to come right the way through. So let's just get a fixing quick. Okay, so we say we'll take a 5 ring. And we'll take a 3 ring. So 1940 and 1300, which we should be in nice for. Okay, so we're going to come down for 3,000 feet. Say for 197 now by the time we get in. As we're coming in on the VR approach, we are going to get ready to slip through. So there's the speed brakes. Put them into arm if we can. There we go. So speed brakes are armed. 1940 by 5 DME and 1300 for 3 DME, where we've got the fixed rings in. Got 810, which is coming through. We'll add an extra 50 feet. I think it's 760, so it's 810, which is there. There's 3,000 feet. Drop that down. Drop that down to 7. Then we'll just hit the minimum point, which is fine. So flaps 5 can go in. Aircraft will stay in VNAV path, just going to follow LNAV and VNAV down for the VOR approach. Landing lights, which can all go on. Runway turn-offs, engine start switch to continuous. Speed brakes arms, auto brake number 2, coming in for 148 plus 5, which gives us 153. We're going to start the descent down as we keep moving. So 1940 by 5 nautical miles. Okay, drop into a flaps 15, gear down. So 1940 by 5 nautical ring. So as VNAV speeds come in, we need to take that out. Okay, once focal deviation comes back, we can pop it back into VNAV path. Okay, we go to flaps 30, and that's 153. Okay, which is checked. 153, there's 5 nautical miles coming up, 1940, which we should be, so we are just a little bit under. We can continue to descend down just a little bit more. There we go, it's 2000. 3 DME, we need to be at 1300 feet. Okay, runway is just in sight. There's vertical deviation, come back in. So we've been our paths back now. We'll follow that down to 800 feet. So there's the lights coming in. Visibility's dropped a little bit. 1000 check. Runway is visual. So landing checklist, gear down 3 green, flaps 30, green light. Runway is in sight, engine start switch to continuous, landing lights are down, and we are fully established with the runway. So still coming down to red 2 white. There's a 900, just getting ready for minimums. Okay, minimums continue. Okay, let's take that off. There we go. Don't know what happened there. Let it go around came in or something. There we go. We'll still get it down nice and smooth. So I don't know what happened there with the throttle. I did turn it off.
200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Okay, speed brakes are up and reversers are active. Okay, 100 knots. Reversers can be stowed. Manual braking. And here we are down in Tilly. So I think I forgot to take the auto throttle off. Okay. As we taxi back off, now ready to go. So So yeah, apologies for that. I think I did actually forget the auto throttle just then, as we was just coming in. I took the autopilot off, but for some reason, don't know why. But thanks, guys. I don't know if the landing rate worked. I'm not too sure. Yeah, the auto throttle went a bit funky then for some reason. So it's a good job that I did actually notice it, because we was going into go around. So yeah, that was a bit of a funky one. So we'll taxi off, come back down, cross over, and then we'll show you the landing replay of us coming in. So I'll leave all the lights on so we can actually see. Flaps are fully back now. We'll taxi on to the stand. It did chuck us off a little bit just when we came. Thanks BK, Anakin, thanks my man. So minus 89, so still under 100. So we kept them all within. We had what, minus, what was it, minus 37 or something was it the first one? Not too sure. And then we hit a 70 or something on the one in Manchester. So we've done alright, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's have a look at these taxi charts. We can have a little look to see where we're going. We did get one up. You know what? There's the tower there, so we'll be good there. So landing lights can come off now. Temperature checks from turn offs, which can be set. And take the strobes off, as I think we'll be the only ones coming into taxi on this runway tonight. Yeah, it was a little bit cloudy, wasn't it? The runway was still visible before minimum, so we was able to continue. Obviously with a Cat 3 it'll be visibility, I think it's like 50 meters or something. Cat 2 is like 100. Something like that. I have got the replay, so let me just save that and stop it. We can have a look at that. I'll lighten things up a little, and we can see the aircraft when it started to go into its little bookie moment. Okay, so auto brake off. We'll taxi to stand, and then we'll check out the landing and see what it was saying. So the green lights are basically like low visibility lights. But yeah, it was a little bit cloudy, wasn't it? Things did change pretty quick. Okay, I'm going to park her up right here. Okay, make sure we don't knock off the ground. Okay, so let me just turn on these lights quick because I'm going to need to change them up for when we do. So there we are. There's the parking brake, which is set. I'm not going to turn the engines off as we're going to go into the flight replay mode. So let's go and load that, and then I will bid you all a good night. So we'll load that up. Okay, so I'll leave it to about there. Semi brakes are in. There's the flaps coming down. Let's try and get a drone position, shall we? Make sure the gear's down as well. There we go, that should be alright for us. So, I can't change it again. A bit weird. Just going to do it on a different angle. Okay, so here we go, guys. So landing weren't too bad. It was there at one point. Yeah, there we go. Right, let's have a look here properly this time. Right, let's have a look at the landing properly from a nice angle, shall we? Not one of these boring angles. There we go. Yeah, I think it's on a mad one, but that was quite a nice smooth one. I will say that. I'm not too sure. Thing is, something's wrong with the drone turning around. It does it really slow for some reason. Like, look, you can just see it going really slow. Something's happened to the setting today for some reason. So, but I could have put it down to the runway. So yeah, 3 in a row, guys. 3 in a row. With the lovely Ryanair 737-800. That is your flight from Edinburgh to Shannon to Manchester, all the way to Tilly in Paris. With the odd exception of the auto throttle not cutting out, which nearly sent us into a go-around, with a swift recovery, all to come in on a lovely, nice, smooth touchdown to runway 12. So there's the throttle not cutting out, going into a go-around. So we come back and try to recover. And there we go. Down she comes. I'll give you on a quick wing flex. Then that's me out for the night. And then we are all out, guys. So put it back to that.
Plus and dangerous.
Thanks BK, thanks Anakin. You guys take care, and I'll see you all very soon for the next available flight. It might be on tomorrow. I'll let you guys know on a community post if I am. So stay safe, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye bye.